All right, back again for the third time. I'm gonna keep this under part two because part one I had connection error. Well, part one just was weird. Part two of the first time I had a connection error, so that happened. Oh well.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
At least I'm understanding her comeback. Why did Bankers auto spend?
A change of arms. May the test continue.
Okay, Donnie Mantle is her changing arm. Damn.
We're near or far. And now this.
My magics are without fear!
Light unyielding.
I can't follow LJ. LJ's gonna get me.
By blade. We're near or far. Gloves are on. By blade.
Stand by you still.
Crystals of light. To me. Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow and hope's demise. Thank you. Find your way in the darkness.
Spellcaster is still at now.
You underestimate me.
Something special for you.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then are resolved. This test is gone. My crystal light.
Probably should pay attention to whatever weapons you have. Dancers moving.
Light unyielding.
Probably keep your sister alive.
Refulgence eternal.
Hold still.
That's what y'all are saying, right?
You're mine.
Where near or far.
I will not hold back.
Try and stop it.
Ooh, that was close.
You underestimate me.
Where high or low.
I have you now. I have you now.
Hopefully I don't die.
By flame.
Something special.
You underestimate me.
Succumb not to fear.
Oh, I actually died from that.
You cannot stop us.
Oh, that was bad.
Away with you.
Where near or far.
You're mine.
Not here.
Oh, I died again. I very much like this. I could just resurrect you if die.
Hold still.
Light unyielding.
Try and stop it.
by flame!
Oh, is that just like straight now? That has skills from all 3 diamond now.
Fearsome familiar! You underestimate me!
Come on. Oh, I died 3 times during that.
At last, man has the strength to.
She did well. Alright, back to talking. Yo, lady.
No! This can't be happening!
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azum, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance.
Remember the rain, near and far below, each drop of blessing from heaven's.
It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over. Of this, I have no doubt. for yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
That was cool. I'm glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? Laborites. That's how you say it. You mean to say Hydaelyn is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Hydaelyn's will without delay. We'll find Meteion if it is the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is, the fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. With that, I need ask nothing more of you. Yeah, we have only two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and Charlian's heart. I am all too aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus, but nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The forum decision, it will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit. I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Hydaelyn is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart course through the sea of stars in a single day. You gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then, and perhaps a nap? Didn't it just take us all the way there? He took us out of there and he just like sit us right there at the edge of the floor. But your foray into the ethereal sea, the students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure to nausea, dizziness, or hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep. If you do experience any unusual phenomenon, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. Wow, he's doing it for the study. Unusual phenomena.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
I trust you had a good rest. An envoy of Master Fortuno arrived not long ago with a message. The Laparais have determined Medion's location. We've been asked to gather at the Ostria. I will meet you there along with the others. I'm pretty sure I didn't. I did it again. I did it too for Crystal. Everyone appears to be present in the Gather Four. As you know, the Laparais have had deduced the whereabouts of Medion by means of crystal bequeathed to us by Heidelin herself. Your current location is a place far beyond the moon, in the furthest reaches of the Sea of Stars at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima doll. Indeed, how then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Lucky for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion system, the moon is capable of delivering you to ultimate thaw. But the myriad other facilities housed within it would greatly impede travel through the sea of stars. Even the mother crystal may not process ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, we integrated our hyper hopper into your ether burner. We should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the ends of the universe in no time. What does this mean? Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporai's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it all out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert destruction of the star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn and in you. The Ark will be made ready for the voyage to ultimate thaw. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius, nor did your instrumental role of orchestrating the delivery of the Adamite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support to you and your mission. Are the Loporai's too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetherius and his people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, and otherwise vexing problems are a know-how to remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Medion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetherius until you brought us here, Ariaje. Now we're armored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? And more. Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions. So I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? Oh, I guess I'm the final group decision. What words should I choose? Ah, good old same. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and bring the preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyper Hopper. The Loporai's will coordinate with the Ilsabar contingent to have the necessary components transported to the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. To seem that there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? As we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Of how one can be best prepared to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trial that way. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Median as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your success until maybe it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that saddle, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. Speak of the devil, Tataru. The meeting's over, isn't it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? You're gonna go kill a god. Again. The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, can I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plan for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldesion Annex, alright? Go with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. It's a new outfit. Welcome to Taru's Bouquet. I've always done my best to provide science with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most fashionable yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the worry of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Daphne refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlotte. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought. Varsadi? How are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Taru. We'll be ready to open shortly. which is why I brought you here to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Better be as cute as this dress right now. Because I actually do like this dress. And apparently I do have to talk to people. I did not expect to find you here. Ah, the man, the beast, the dragon. I imagine Nadana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the afterburner. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlier while I oversee matters at Razahan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Vashan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the Q. BQ? I don't know. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy into their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they are at last return home to Razahan, and the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and encumbrance of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well. Believe you me, your artisans have taught me so much about the avenue of craftsmanship. For their effort, resourcefulness, and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kinds of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the form's decision of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey into the heavens to protect that light, may the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to the star. And we should be honored to receive you. There is still much Razahan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of the star have not yet given up hope. Neither must you. Those two choices sound kind of sad. We must go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste. Oh, girl, whatever are you doing here? A new bouquet, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe, yes. Something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said remnants so long as my confinement continues indefinitely, I, the young Lord Fortones, insist that as long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charmian. Thus do I told, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute flickered to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one that granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead of for his otherwise welcome absence. Now burdened with extra busy work and without Fournet here, there is no one to prepare me my meals. I came here in hopes of finding a nice cafe. Perhaps, alas, the Chardonnay delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect. The cafe over on the pier, their cuisine does not appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I'll give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. I don't think he would want Archon loaf. Loaf made of fish. Wonder how that would taste, actually. Bread from fish. Well, isn't it the adventurer in Tatara, a spy? Snake's tongue, huh? Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, the expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander the opportunity to study the market of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightaways to Kagane at once I have finished. Of course, you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industry's woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the trivials of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devotedly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Totaro, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bocario Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the Eastern Illinois Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Oh, woman of tart taste, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolorito have to offer. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Totaro's air. Until next we meet. Well, Secret's not here, so I can't expect him to show up. sky pirates didn't even say a word when they flew over. Who else is here? Sid? Decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Well, I was close. Ironworks. Tataru? Fix wedges. I take it work on the arc to see the pace. It does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Rezahan has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we learned of the Loperites. The arc is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure of working on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off to the great expanse to the furthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see much marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the science are the catalyst that sparks the need for those great innovations. To think how much I missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. There is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. When you head back, will you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Don't be sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Wait, I don't believe you two have been formally introduced. This is Varsada from Pakistan. Yes, it was you who helped us at Harusa, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we've exchanged a little more than glances then, but it was kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mrs. Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in these foreign lands. It was only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them and have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Guys, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Awakening Sands, from the rising stones to the falling snow, and even certain insufferable someone's Ruby Bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when we were swept away to the first Grahati was there to grant us youth sanctuary. I will never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours have been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you preserve time and again. For all the joy we shared, there have been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I will be the first one to welcome you back on your return. Don't forget to pick up your clothing from before you leave, though they were expressly tailored just for you. In addition to your new ensemble, we have remnants of repertory for every need, so please feel free to browse our stocks. Skill team, equip that level, even though I have a whole lot of successful. Okay, you can pick them up regardless if you finished it or not. I actually like the monk's gear. Oh yeah, I like the monk's gear. Before I forget, because I would forget. Actually, I don't mind the Sage's gear. I realize you still have got a lot to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself and the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Valdesian Annex, so I doubt they stayed for long. If you decided to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Crow first. I'm sure they would have told her their plan. to use. Huh. There's one other quest that was taken like that. I'll come by and do it later too. Be back. I'll take you to get from Staru. I was surprised long in the making with many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they already taken their leave. The Solar Sacred and Urianger have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alize Garantia, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at the Pneumonian. As for Afino and Stinia, well, they elected to pay a visit to the Levier estate, though Stinia seems somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you might seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I suggest heading to the last stand before you Stola and the others finish eating. Above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. Oh, yeah, it didn't even give me the option to go everywhere. It just like, go here first. Come to make our quartet, have you? Please, have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Y'shtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the Star.
That was eventful. If you so soon, I suppose it's for the best. For if you rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Urianger, I just say the others would welcome your company as well. If you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that's all that matters. see Alfredo. Need to order.
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful. I know, and I won't let you down. Together, we'll show the enemy the strength of mortal will.
Time to meet with Alize in Rahati. Keep trying. Why is Pudding Way out here? I've come to this stadium in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creation don't jiggle as they should just yet, but I preserve. Literally came to make pudding. They're both asleep.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never failed to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait! What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
That was enjoyable. I would have spent my time doing that too. Not in the snow, but, you know, in general. Especially not reading. I shred not to read. But I would have taken a nap with them there. Welcome back. Return to catch a final few wings before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens have laid out. I pray you enjoy your sweetest dreams on the final night before the big day. Something is gonna happen. Couldn't tell you who that was in the sleep. The night. Shinabanigo. Turn into a blasphemy? Okay, no, that was his...
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments. From the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all. The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
I suppose this is where we part ways for now, at least. I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Galf Badelzian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think, but for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life, things I believe are worth fighting for, something to consider as you venture out into the sea and stars. Oh, I just thought about it. There. Haha! This would be much faster. What's the point of that wall then? Oh, it's green now. So much faster. This time I'm going to do it. This is the second time I did it because it just didn't happen. And the first time I just plain I forgot about that. And then I'm gonna call my trip low to Ultima. I've been just saying, hey, I've been told to come down.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a Garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Well, the work was hard, but we've learned a lot from it. After all, it's not every day you get tasked with building a starfaring vessel. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisoix not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home. I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish. So there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug. But I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
right, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
Wait, with that nasty bug, why did Ramuh not tempered others? That would make... It's still strange for Ramuh to not. If you would come this way, I direct you to the ring.
I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Come on! The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly! Try it again! With feeling!
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond! Ragnarok, engage!
Engage! Engage!
I regret nothing about making that for that movie.
Into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping Way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch. All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used Dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What is this? Something is... interfering with the equipment.
Greetings. Greetings. Can you hear me?
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
By the Fury. Thancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
I forgot Thancred could breathe, hold his
So
breath
it
longer
was
than before.
that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, Let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Shouldn't be any, like, loose aetherized either. They are loose aetherized. 3 of them. I could read that well enough, but something about this feels wrong. I can't guarantee it will be of help in the strange surrounds, but I readied a provision, though, in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to Ragnarok at once. We're fortunate this place can support life. Barely, I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems a good direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. But of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place, a relic or an inscription or anything. suggests it is man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive them. Having said that, I swear I have seen this pattern before. The pillar has been particularly melted, like sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather it's called to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of the battle. I thought this hill will afford better view of surroundings, a poor decision in hindsight. Better the light from the ship. It is here. I never. From what we are that's surrounded by floating debris. Yeah, this is like Omega stuff. That's not attack me. Were you able to find anything? As I fear, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which is unfortunately isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it's drawn close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with the feelings of death and anguish. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. They don't see dragons? Before we jump to any conclusion, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agree, we found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a far stretch of terrain from the ship port side we yet to explore. Let us try searching there then. A word before we join the others. He feels the presence of dragons. Well, would that mean Mycosoma is a greater stellar dragon? You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought, their presence is tenacious at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Mycosoma and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these operations be related to the dragons that now live in Othares? Better to leave such conjunction to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish? What happened to them, I wonder. Definitely has to do something with Omega. Because that was Omega's design. Should have finished that raid series. Oh, friendly dragons?
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse Dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh, yes. He is here, and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with Dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you. Emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
I chose purple just because. Okay, one moment, please. And I have returned. Fetch the Aetheryte and then we talk. So, Thancred was unmade in an instant he tried to attack Meteion, who was trying to drown us out through ether. well, kind of just overflowing our ether with the enemies. Akasha. So without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that. 'Tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice, he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Medium. Mr. Nian, adventurer, will you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap we can align us. I may ask the rest of you to survey the surroundings. If there is a path that may lead us to our Kuri, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Mina said these dragons are shadows and shades from a world whose denizens saw oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather what we know, knowledge we may. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. Okay, I did read that right. And I was reading while I'm mute again. God love it. They let you hear as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes, proof that of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on the theories. Because of kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by a war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remain. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous half-dry membrane covered the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. A murky liquid has pooled inside the eggshell. The noxious fetor is indicative of contamination. Generally lifting a large egg from the voracious mire, you peer inside to see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within succeeded in hatching. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette has indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops. I search the plains. The boisterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I presume. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps some eggs within Omnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my brood. Yeah, I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. exploring. They descend from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answers. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star, and the invaders were victorious. Yet, when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The saviors sought to put away their shame to rebuild a feudal effort. And pure soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any egg nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to hatch emerges as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now chose to break. We tire of conflict or of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there's another star. I noticed the knee is upset. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such loss. The others will want to hear what we learned. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you. As for our part, I believe we are more accurately aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeters of the island to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone into a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to Ragnarok to ask the Laparides to search for potential path. However, the ship instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's risky to attempt flying to another island. But Median told us before that emotions dictate reality here might be the key. But I'm not entirely sure what emotions might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is we've no way forward. At present, if it is indeed emotions that governs this island, perhaps it is not Medion but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what resource do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. The reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Medium meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that was otherwise rules Ultimathal and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it could be done again in like manner by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultimathal's architect, Medion is herself, against whom Thancred did put himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader of them, as such I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough to mayhap to dictate the course of the others, thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart entwined. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee all in, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. The perfect mount for the occasion. What is going on here? Some pathways I think of pathways aren't pathways. no really need for leadership if y'all just want to wait to death.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this. So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
This
Our pride is crushed, our souls corrupted, the winds are stilled, and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we await the end still.
Say, yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin on another star. And yet upon thee I do smell the... Were they drunk?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
Whether ever will a circling ocean awaits us. Ever will retribution will turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this will. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, and never again be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it. To stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us. Stay back!
You tired of war. You tired of turmoil. Licking the tarnished, prison stain. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
So, Thancred became the land in order to survive, while Estinian became the winds of change and conflict that the dragons needed to move forward. So you have both now, earth and wind. At the cost of their proverbial existence? Look there at the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. The powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other side should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horror of war. Yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphinaud, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give into despair. We mustn't either. Alisaie is right. We must press on for their sake. So idleness is the reason we can move on, and Destinian did that with his, understanding of dragons. What's the next race? Rose Pave Sacrifice. As Yusola and Alisaie said, we must continue. Noticing the change in our surroundings, perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. So it would be prudent to learn more of it than tread carefully lest we lose our footing in the sand. Oh, floating sand. I like the design of the actual space around us. We're not for the violet crystal imbued in its surface to appear as ordinary stone. As a core script hath been etched upon them, alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely. So we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteion claimed the dragons world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here is as not doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the similar crystals as the monument. Okay, it's the giant tower, not the giant wiggly. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Other one. Drifting EA. There's not people here, I noticed, like other players. Hello, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me. I had forgotten an exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibrations of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intentions, EA, I believe was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely accessible given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for the nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kovkod. Yes, Kovkod of the EA. You have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether or dynamis, as this space is suffered with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask you. Like yourselves, we EA are ether-based life forms, therefore it may be surmised that our bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once had possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference or sensation once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring it into our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake our incinerators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impendence in one's final moment, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plan. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our abilities. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure emphasis exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the EA, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tact approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the EA wandering the desert. The desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly, not that I'm complaining mine. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. think Urianger is the next to go. So the red ones are EAs. I can't tell you what the other two are. Welcome to our abode. Most of our computers you will find remain idle in the domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandably given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If in our idleness we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a modal state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. So this was an ether-based life form that chose to get rid of their body, and doing so extended proverbial life. But now they want to die and cannot do so without, the body they dispose of. You cast your thoughts towards the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. Whatever reason they have, you wish to speak? Very well, pray a moment if you would. Oh, they Aetheryte sees a little bit better, actually. Why, we see our end, what you ask. If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember what form did I take when last I emerged. Strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they fail to answer, then it's likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience. Yes, I imagine they will be with us ere long. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few EA have awoken. Ah, there they are. May I introduce you Lalek, Dudek, and Naynid? It's been too long, Kokad. I just say Sard 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring system, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them to awaken you. Am I the only one who's struggling to tell who's speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal form and the divergence they afford, may have such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Kokog, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving gas? A matter of proper form? Yes. So long has it been, it had completely escaped my mind, and it still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither did I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Neda. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much? Of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their ether by contributing to their replenishment. We communicate our friendly intentions. That's right. We duly invite you to join us in a communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If you have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on purest ether. You can feast us on ether, but what would be the substance? And who is up there? This facility is where we replenish our ethers. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with the purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. Absorb? Yeah, we don't absorb, we actually eat. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet ether, but nothing seemed to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. I like how the names for the quests are just fresh abandoned. And it's just using it's like progressively using symbols. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected, a malicious As maliciously as one might recreate the EA's home world, this is the ultimate thaw. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are obviously oblivious to this fact that the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amaranth. However, appearance may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So do you have your fill of ether? As we couldn't absorb it, a deficiency in our form, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask you how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in substance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, thence to vanish, while you not favor us with an explanation? You flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have to have its charms, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the EA yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dictated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technology's advancements. By transcending all limitations, we believe we would eliminate sorrow and abide in the truth of happiness. From the tangible such as land to the intangible such as labor, there exists myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly milding. You see, too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resource. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untouchable, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. This change, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuit. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations until we finally decided to challenge the last of them, the limits of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, thence predicted the future. If we could but achieve this, we believe that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answer you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed it to us the fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essentially for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakable cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them. What that thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discover, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillar just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Eligaia. Oh, no, it was Y'shtola. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such enlightened people to this island end. Every join the EA, there's one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Eliga, lest you worry we won't start without you. So I'm suspecting, what, 2 more islands? If you think the same thing I'm thinking, it's something to do with Y'shtola. And him and Gratia, it has to be the most learned people, besides Y'shtola. Oh, that's swimming water. Alright, this place will serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established here in the Ultimate Thal, the denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How else they suppose this is possible? Of course, she must have visited the stars of the dragon and the EA before the either race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make their emotions her own, with them create more faithful simulacra than had she relayed on any historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thy own tale, Medium perceives the emotions of those nearby as her own. A heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as in Alechi. In the course of her star-faring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesses the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis, 'tis my suspicion that, overrun by their longing for death, Medion did unleash Dynamis and usher the dragons and EA until their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourself this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust. Into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor and abide in faith as I fulfill my own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indically of me, I know full well, and I can beg for thy forgiveness. Yet, even if I must go to such lengths, I cannot well form ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand the strongest? After all, what we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must, but what you must, and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend, and I shall. Without further ado, then let us join our comrades. Gosh, I can't speak today. I read the words and another word come out. Let us be off to Elgia. For infinite knowledge. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue.
That the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls, though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eye attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Urianger.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
stream of data.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Atheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Beautiful Atheris. At least she pointed us directly to where we need to go. Bloody sun. This Simulacron's getting a quest now. Are you all ready to continue on? Then let us make for where the light shall. Y'shtola and Urianger have opened the way for us. With every step we take, the actual English words is just like transforming into symbols. The only words I can make out from that right now is victory and loss. But yes, I can feel it, the ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal, no mistake. Let us see where it leads. This is more of Omega's... Wait, did she say egg? This landmass on the map looks so much different than organic landmass. Amazing, yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrive, not the most welcoming places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alpha know with that. In the meantime, you, G'raha, can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we finish exploring. I expect the twins will see the outermost bowels of the owl, so I propose we search the central owl. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encounter, they will certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. You see non-patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Kind of want to move around everything, but I just don't want to get attacked. Just like that. I don't know what the position of this place looks like anyway. I wonder what the fire of, because the other ones were just natural causes. Oh, okay, it's what I killed earlier. And he killed a few of them himself. Look, the machines here does not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your partner, but we are searching for denizens of the star. Unknown life forms detected, assigning generic label interplanetary travelers. Greetings, welcome to the planet Bleep Blop. The planet, what could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and we stand within one of our outposts. Omicrons, you say, and what is that you do here? We're preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, we have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and/or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. An anonymous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assignment normally awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Measuring combat capabilities, results negligible, subject falls outside target parameters. Greetings, Traveler, we are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in the conquest to acquire combat data and resource. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet, through the endeavor to yield a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent cause determined that the loss incurred exceeding the gains. Well, now we know who killed the dragons. Greetings, Traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware of malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the Elias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces for the foremost of the 6 strategic metrics that bear the designation Sigma. This does give me the reminder of Omega. We learned a few things, so did I. We share our findings, however, I believe it's best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Oh, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come to no surprise, but there is no way forward. There were pearls like the ones we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated islands. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotions that bars the way. What of yourself? Did you find any to speak with? So the Omicron seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victories over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianger's description, a soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others? Urianger said that? During our investigation before we joined you in Elgia, So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know, this place is certainly a curious state of affairs. While the Dragons and the Aya long for doubt, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as they may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distant desire. In order to find the source of the dormant emotions, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise by that in itself. I believe it's worth investigating. What do you say? So we see consoles. The console we seek lies on the far side of the aisle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch ourselves as we make our way. So Delta is a group of 3. Did I? Yes, I did. That Beta doesn't attack me. I knew it was going to attack me. The appearance of this to be this conflict. Flipping. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? You try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must...
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it?
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. According to the records I read in the future, it possessed a single weakness: lightning.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this: why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, Shall I cast Caution to the Wind and try something reckless and dramatic? Very well. Here I go.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with set guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the Star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
It would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let us focus our search on the apples. Alisaie and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time in hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Grahal could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spy a promising vantage point. Follow me. Oh, what? So terrain is just odd. the weather? Electromagnetic storm. Space arm cause for Aaron. You search space Omicron for Aaron Omicron. You may move. The Omicron wanders about carelessly as if it's lacking clear objective. An Omicron wandering aimlessly where? I see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. This whole island is just weird. And it feels like it's holding most of the ether currents, to be honest. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used this portal. Time to go through and see what we'll find. I don't know why they designed three-wheel. I don't know, three-wheel creatures. It's just weird. I can't make out the words there. Only no. What is your curry? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the devices. To go to such lengths to sustain it, is there something special about this tree? Being for matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others. We conquered the star once this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produce seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see, out of curiosity, does this patron to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So it was acting outside its orders. Perhaps it's simply a malfunction of the Quran, but there are by no means uncommon, but it may also be a unit possessed to the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, one day when the adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Oh, come on now. How much would I have cost you to simply not? It is no simple thing to earn a place beside you. This I know full well, but it is something to hope for as I forge on. Well, we had best get on with our task. Check it out, sir, in understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. The words are getting harder and harder to read. But for now, I call it here. It's 2 p.m. I think the first part was like 4 hours, or not 4 hours, 2 hours. So this would be 4 hours, 6 hours in total. And we could come back to this. All right. I messed that up. See y'all next time.